Hey there, Space Cats. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the cyberpunk dystopia, everybody. I fucking... I came back with the mute button still on, but it's fine. We're jumping into more of episode 2 of The Devil. We are gonna get into hitting court. So if you're not caught up, it's okay if you have to leave. But I'm really hankering for more, so let's go over here, and hopefully the game will load really soon. Haha! It is still taking a second to load, and thank you for the follow, by the way. And hello, Willow. Hopefully this won't take too long for it to load. I started loading it before my intro, but it's still taking a sec. Hi, Fizzlepons, how you doing? We're waiting for the game to load. It'll just be a sec. It'll just be a sec. I'm glad you're good. Yeah, did everybody do their 55 feminist rosaries? Did you all like did you all do that for, you know, imagining that all three of those guys in that room were men? Okay, it looks like it's starting to load. I've got my cursor. Actually, that reminds me. I should make the cursor visible. It did have an update between the first stream and now. So that might be part of why it's taking a second to load again or something. Here we are. Morgan. Let's continue. From my high roller mode save. It's so weird seeing these other saves from episode 0. That's right. Morgan. Welcome, Witch Sand. Whoosh. Okay. Let's get in here. The cursor is comforting in times like these. Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it? State building. Floor 48. Morgan, please. This is... Hold still and relax. This will be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup! Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you've been covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? Like, all demographics? Right? I think we can all get behind this, right? Everybody here can get behind this as gay for femme, right? First femme, right? You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes? It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will... Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Sarah. Oh, Sarah. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan. My tactics included getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adenai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he's sworn himself to a wealthy landowning noble. Craves. I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming? Yeah! Yeah, Sarah's tenets that she has. If you're not familiar, it's like the laws of robotics for Asimov. It's a programming framework. What a silly idea. What a silly idea. But yeah, this is honestly a very interesting aspect of the sci-fi here. But yeah, I don't need to read all this. I will say this part's important. The one tenet that could not be removed from any program was tenet safety 0. Said tenet dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. And that one's optional now because of the military. I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. Point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. Yes, Sarah? It was, a nice try, Sarah. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you... Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adenai. Oh! Are these my options for Sarah? Interesting. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury going to ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A Komainu on my back. Komainu? A guardian dog? You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador? Or like a great a big dog. Perhaps you should have changed it to some other design, like, say, like a dragon. Shut the fuck up. Come on. Come on. There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. There's no buyer's remorse. Hi, Big, by the way. Lift your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantage you're talking about is my face! Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true that at times, some women have expressed, and men no doubt. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? The subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... We discussed history. Oh, well then, she must have put you right to sleep. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sosuke? Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. And criminal empires. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But, Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently? Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, He's talking about race, Sarah. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with the washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanheihui, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those are the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh sure, they were basically just big friendly charities. Then the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the Mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Shared experiences, I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Well, yes. Technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared? Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense. Except economically. Yeah. Wealth inequality is at historical highs. As it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socioeconomic status. House Ikaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists entirely in different strata.
I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then?
The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility.
I see. Careful, Sosuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist.
The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can.
Things like that happen in this city?
Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself. Finally run out of steam? On to the grim business, then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it?
Nonsense.
It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I manage to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. What's it going to look like in there?
You've never been inside a courtroom?
Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect.
In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics.
Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours.
You say that, and yet I don't see any other Ikaria around. Yeah. The rest of the Ikaria are really just leaving him out to dry.
This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state.
How understanding of you. Adonai, I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up.
Good catch.
You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance.
Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to the 48th floor just for my sake.
What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic?
No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand?
Who the hell would I tell it to?
Right.
Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. Paying the fine is such a recurring bit. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom.
That would be a waste of the house's coin.
What is going on outside? Something's thumping.
But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression.
As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adonai, I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell?
Emma.
He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if... Good. Now try and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? Okay, well, you're going to... you're going to injure him more, Sarah. Oh. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Wanna push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not save the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over the case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. Late nights? Like going out? No. Just late night chats. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They bring a marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. We'd hope we'd progress since then. Morgan's reaction here is so awesome. The idea that Emma is talking to someone late at night is... she wants to kill so bad. She is so angry. It's awesome. Morgan's so great. She's so fun. You don't approve of the show of force, I take it. Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. Thank you, Zax, for the sub. Thank you for being sub for 27 months, which is like, I don't know. It's like more than a day, I guess. The murderous women are great. It's so true. A cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that that isn't tolerated. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen? I suppose it's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed. Interesting. Very interesting. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that, huh? Of course, shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing persons cases there are in the city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood burning through the streets for HBK to launder their kills in. Yeah, you've said that before. You shouldn't joke like that. What, you don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work, they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. No one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was... What happened to them? Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay, might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a sheep. That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So, probably a mugging then, right?
No, there would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to...
You know how muggers think now?
I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK with a robust enough profile.
Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome.
I'm not working on this by myself.
Sorry, right?
Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin?
Now, where would the fun in that be? Awesome, awesome, awesome. I mean, okay, I guess there's a question of like who she is working with alongside on that, but like it's London and Reyes, right? Like they're also on that case based on episode 0, right?
The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it?
Awash in a sea of pissed off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add on the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. Huh. Sorry, I'm looking at the silhouettes in the background. There's one of them. No, I think that's because of 2 silhouettes overlapping. I was thinking like one of these actually looks kind of unique. This one right here, but that's 2 people actually, I think. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops? I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime.
Have you been in court many times before then?
It's an eye for an eye world. It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. No, even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue Bloods and Rust and all the rest of the rabble are beyond their reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring.
I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke.
Thank you.
Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals.
Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house. Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like?
So, there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash?
No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so...
Sosuke, what are you staring at?
Yeah, it's really funny that she wants to see the bribery occur.
Are you looking for the jury?
No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye.
To help them evaluate their character.
Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in their eyes.
Punishment for the jury or the defendant?
Alright, kiddos. Chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start.
Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case?
Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How?
It's 80. What are the chances?
I would say the chances are 100%. Adjutant 8084. She is an automated dependent adjutant. She likes mountain air, gymnasts, and luxury. She dislikes happy couples who ask you to take their photo. How often does this happen to her? She's like, she just sits in the courtroom all day, doesn't she? Her personality is up in the cloud, and her body is just like attached to the courtroom, isn't it? How conceptually? I guess so. Yeah, she must know about it from memes. Yeah, that's true. You're right. Pineapple on pizza until proven guilty. Amazing. Yeah, she also doesn't know mountain air. That's true. I also assume there's no way she could have ever returned a shopping cart. Favorite quote, let he who is without sin play first or draw first. Great. Thank you, 80. She's wonderful. We all love her. It's so crazy. There was an interview with the developers of this game recently, and in it they mentioned that 80 is like one of the most recent characters they added to the game. Like she was added mid-production of like episode 1, because I mean, they weren't really sure about having like a dedicated comic relief character, and also they felt like judge type characters in other like courtroom games were not really like looked upon fondly generally, and so they would have just had like an adjutant, but like somebody who just like kind of moves things along. And they completely changed their minds about that, and I think it's really great that they did, because 80's awesome. We all love 80. There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least.
Well, Your Honor, thank you for
Presiding so honorably? I do try.
try.
Because it's a trial.
Tougher crowd than usual.
That's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes! What's the damage?
2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree.
But are you trying to get a set of gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set?
The prosecution stands ready.
So, shall we begin? Ooh? What? Huh? What? Holy shit! That's new! We love to see a new awesome visual flourish. That's so cool. Did they add that to the previous episode? They gotta go back and add that to the previous episode, right?
Now let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword.
Whoa. Cop killing piece of shit.
Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need concern yourself with.
Ooh, she's as cold as ice!
But every ice age beckons a kindling.
For ashes called the cinders and embers form champions.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. Oh my god, I was so worried this was about to happen! Okay, an opening statement mechanic. Choose the most outlandish words you can. Go for broke. Okay, awesome. It's not like Masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence took place that could only be described as... unspeakable. I should know. I was there. Holy shit! Morgan, you are fucking nuts. I love her. She's so awesome. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the... ooh. I mean, malevolence is the most outlandish thing to say here, I think, right? Like, horror, unease is weak, horror's mid, malevolence. Whoever did this is truly evil, right? Felt the malevolence that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his... torture. From his torture. No! Oh, okay, never mind. Was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You gonna let her say that?
You want me to object during an opening statement?
Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Hang him up! Hang her too! This is...
We like to have fun in this courtroom, put on a good show. That's 'cause we're on the stage.
Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones or peek in through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos.
Counsel, let's wrap this up.
Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims changed that fact. So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? You telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind, I suppose it could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo.
Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall.
Yeah, I know about ukemis. I play fighting games. I've heard of an ukemi before. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that?
Your name and occupation for the record? How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... I know, but would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student.
Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie.
Right, of course. In your position with the Ikaria Financial Group? Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here?
Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. By the way, it's always a good touch when the prosecution can't get the witness to state their name and occupation. That's an Ace Attorney classic. Is like Edgeworth really struggling with getting people to state their name and occupation. I'm glad they're using it.
Sosuke, are you alright?
Can he see us? He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses teletestifying don't really need much else. So he's safe? Yes, Sosuke, he's safe. Like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's giving him a boost so we can see over the stand. That's good.
The boost to his height?
That he's safe at home.
I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke.
Don't be. After how horribly I failed him,
I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This'll almost be worth the price of admission alone.
I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the full day's events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies.
I will win the case for Sosuke, not to worry, Kara.
Summer studies? Like some common waif? Wave? That's quite the vocab pool. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic? Was I mistaken? Listen well, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do.
Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? Oh, I didn't even notice that we didn't have Emma's profile until now. Emma Rockford. Assistant District Attorney. She likes art museums, amethysts, and turn-based RPGs. Oh, we have so much in common. We have so much that we could talk about. Dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, and cliques. So true. Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on the water. Favorite subject, psychology. Exercises by subject seemed not to hear the question. Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I? She's so real for that one, yeah. Fucking me too, girl. Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life.
Did you steal their lunch money or something?
I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather Daisuke Ikaria's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group.
You could buy so much lunch.
The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels.
And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then?
I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of the Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors.
This was all planned out in advance?
By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck, with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors.
Pried open with a tool?
Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. Help Sosuke out here, kid.
We submitted to the evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios.
Yes, sir! It is so admitted!
What happened next?
The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But when Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail.
You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been...
Hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru. Don't tell me. You named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put.
Let the record show that the witness had identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant.
Let the record sword. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime, impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Identified by Makoto as belonging to Sosuke's personal sword, Yoru. Wait, what? Why is it written this way? The katana belongs to Sosuke's personal sword, Yoru? It's strange. Taken along with Sosuke down to the lower wards following an ambush on Makoto. It seems wrong, yeah, that's fine, whatever. It happens. Red text still here.
This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant.
There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke.
You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai.
Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two.
So you, Sosuke, and
Yoru
were on the 61st floor together. What happened next?
When we arrived at the service elevator, Sosuke called them, and they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off of it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear.
That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records.
And the only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the doors shut.
That's the last time you saw the defendant?
The decision was made so that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my details stayed behind to assess what had happened.
Yes, they were very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun.
You see, a needle gun and projectiles found at Crane Tower where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Fingerprints on the weapon match those of the victim Creek, of course.
What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind?
A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. Interesting parallel. I take it this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained.
Correct. Others exactly like them are recovered from the scene of the ambush as well.
I'm guessing this is just an update? Yeah. Needles identical to these were recovered from Crane Tower where Sosuke and Makoto were ambushed.
Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you?
Ha! All too clearly! I can tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances.
Ah! That sounds like a good bit of testimony.
Hit it! Okay. Needles. Yoru. Those are the only 2 ones, okay. This got updated. Pineapple head-like man. Oh shit. Well, whatever. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, who could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of the distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. Okay. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Makoto's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. Let's fact check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Pineapple head man and raincoat clad hooligan. Yeah. Aimed at me, Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. Yoru, who could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. A man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of the distraction. I'll never forget the faces of the cowards. They tried to kill me. Whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. But the evidence we have here is the needles and the sword. I don't think the sword is relevant here. Or maybe it is, actually. Hang on. Show me the log. Yoru could have closed the distance. Blocked every shot. Well, he didn't block every shot because one of them hit him.
which is like my only thing that I feel like is like super incorrect here. Morgan's mentioning like fact checking his description, but I don't think that like, or maybe she just means of the event. Now that I think about it, like, I don't think that his description of any of the guys is like wrong. I'll go for the problem that I saw. They aimed at me. Oh, wait, what? Okay, hang on. I'm letting this go. Just one moment to gather my thoughts if the court will allow.
Will the court allow it? Perhaps.
But I certainly won't. Now eat this penalty.
And let the sugar revitalize your brain. Tough love.
Okay, hang on. It's Needles and your pineapple head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan. They aimed at me. That's not the part that I thought would be the problem. Dark-eyed scoundrel. Man with a ridiculous pompadour. He tried to kill me. Okay. That's what it is. Oh, they changed that animation. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness. Not with non-lethal projectiles.
They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much.
Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive.
Meaning what?
That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him, using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness.
So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here.
So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he's accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. I must put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? They were attacked by some other party. They were attacked by Creek's pod. Hang on. So wait, hang on. What's this underneath the blind? Is this like a 3-strike situation or something? Hang on. You finished the ep and you don't know. Okay. So the descriptions make sense, obviously, right? Specifically to identify the victims, is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Krieg's pod? Like, I guess there's a possibility that, like, Emma gave him descriptions beforehand or something, but I don't really know that it would be somebody else. It doesn't make sense. We've got the needles matching up. I'm gonna stay on this, I think. The red marker is how much the blind will increase. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't think it makes sense to raise here. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But two questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary?
That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor is broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable modded strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke?
I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. You hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further and instead elected to take Sosuke captive.
A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. The head of Makoto's security team would surely have made it for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks, were he made to talk. Are you denying that?
No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you... Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mic's not be picking it up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you.
That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So is bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces.
What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you.
Had we simply waited, we would remain safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part per se,
just an error of judgment.
Counselor Morgan.
What's up? You can disconnect the call if...
Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. So that's your angle.
We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma, but I can follow her example, insult their pride, and these Ikaria snap back, as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than I have if I had simply asked him to testify.
It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic.
We asked that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers.
And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra? No, the people don't object, Your Honor.
Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former. Needle guns. The medical records. And the needles. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. I should hover this. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and without it sustaining a single injury. Okay, well, that's obviously the case, the deal here. Mock him if you dare for being captured. But that's not a failure, not by any general's definition of the word.
Hearing Makoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time.
He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it. Protecting me the whole time, yes. Blue Bloods had projectiles. Yes. Sosuke took up Yoru. Without sustaining a single injury. In this case, it's the needles. Wanna bet? What? That doesn't count?
What is that supposed to prove, Your Honor? Do you even have to ask?
I certainly do. And I'll make you pay for forcing my hand. Overruled.
What? But doesn't that count as an injury? Okay. Ugh, I need to focus on pointing out Makoto's misconception about it and exactly how Sosuke took action. Oh. Okay. Exactly how he took action. But... hang on. Oh shit, I should have fucking... Okay, hang on. Hang on. I'm checking this shit. Needle gun. Excuse me. Just taking a sip. Okay, so it's... medical records. Should I don't think that counts, since it's not like during the part that he's talking about. Do I need to use the needle gun? Because the needles themselves as evidence are from the later crime scene? That unfortunately feels possible. Makoto's misconception about exactly how Sosuke took action. What a okay, so this is still wrong because, like, he didn't actually fight off all four of them, right? Hearing Makoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself. There's evidence to show it. Should it just be the injuries sustained afterwards? You know what? Maybe it is. Okay, it is. You know what? Sure. Okay, yeah. I just didn't think it was relevant to what he was talking about there, but okay, yeah, it makes sense. Unscathed is the last thing anyone called my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. But what are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blood's den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel. The elevator panel? Ugh! My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up.
Did you really?
I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time.
Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm?
As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken? I actually totally missed that in the evidence. Numerous bones in the left hand broken as if impacting a hard surface. That's on me. I'm big stupid there. I got it though. I figured that one out, I guess. I figured out that was the right evidence. I just didn't figure out why. Silly me. Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. His testimony stands. His testimony has been contradicted. He's mythologizing his hero. We haven't heard the real truth about what happened. Of course it does. How so? Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Try to think before you speak, counselor. This adjutant has enough trouble staying focused as is. Well, it may be true that this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court. The katana? Yoru. Yoru. Its name is Yoru. We get it. Okay. I was going off there. Nice. Testimony from Makoto Yukari about how he and Sosuke were ambushed at Crane Tower. He identified Krieg's pod as the four men who attacked them and said that Sosuke defended him by wielding the katana Yoru with both hands. Makoto claims Sosuke pushed him into the elevator with Yoru's sheath before violently mashing the panel with his left hand to close the elevator doors. Okay. Did you have a point to make, counselor? There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense, given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the swords... Where is it? I keep going past it. Like, the prints are white, but I don't really think that has... I don't know that that has much to do with the situation. I mean, okay. Okay. I guess. I guess it's true. I do need to play dumb here and remember I don't know why. I don't know why the prints were modified, I guess maybe. You know what? You know what? That's... Yeah, it probably is indeed the prince. It's weirder to not know why both hands' prints aren't on there, now that I think about it. Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belong to Sosuke's right hand. Ooh, I really almost walked into something there, huh?
You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing up the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It could be like this because Sosuke has two hands. Why is this the reference?
The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Oh, I was assuming it was a reference to... Wait. Yeah, no, it's a reference to the two hands meme, right? It doesn't have to be like this or like this. It can be like this because Sosuke has two hands. You know, we all know this one. It's about, okay, like if you have a ship, if there's like ships that are like ship warring against each other. If she made no, what the fuck? Come on, people. It's like it's a meme where like you put like the name of like your favorite character.
You know, I'm doing my
And
best.
like the two people that people like ship with them on there, and you say it can be like this because they have two hands to suggest a poly solution to the shipping conflict. Have you people never been on Tumblr? Come on! I'm not the one who's crazy here. You are! Leave me alone!
Oh yeah, he did say that. So did the little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection?
Her tactics from earlier backfired.
I'll have you know I can recite all of my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour.
Wow, that's pretty, that's actually very impressive for him.
Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later.
It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor, because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in defense, an act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... Whoa. Awesome? I mean, it's Creek. It's awesome that, by the way, these visuals for the cards are new, they're really nice. Mariel said Morgan has two hands, one for Reyes and one for Emma. That's true. It's not Makoto, obviously, and it's not Chopin. But clearly Creek must have handled it at some point. It was literally on his desk. Though, obviously, we shouldn't know that. Given the max. Whoa, and it turns blue? Whoa, wait, look at that! Whoa, that looks cool as shit. That's awesome. Whoa! Holy shit! They amped up the visuals so hard! That was crazy! Our poor victim, Creek, of course. It's not letting me click. There we go.
What do you mean?
Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors.
You mean his victims?
Withdrawn. Withdraw, comma, lawyer. To retract a comment, to indicate the jury should disregard it in their deliberation. Either voluntarily, or in response to an objection sustained by a judge, attorney may withdraw their comments. Officially, juries are to disregard any comments that have been withdrawn and should not take them into consideration when evaluating the evidence, witnesses, or charges laid before them. Yeah, but I feel like I feel like that was purposeful. I just realized that my phone changed color again. Be right back. Actually, you know what? Let's change the term also while I'm in here. What haven't we used? Phone case color is still on the p.6 list. That's okay. That's fine. Let's put on Reyes for a bit.
The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor.
There's more than one way to hold a sword.
A worm?
Fucking worm? Are you kidding me?
In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard.
No, he couldn't have. He would have had to put the sword back into the scabbard first. We also don't have a scabbard for the sword. As far as I know. What is the context of "oh worm" as a meme? I think it's just like... I don't actually remember the origin, but I think it's just "oh word," but, you know, "oh worm" instead. Yeah, you can also look this up on your own. Like, we literally don't have a scabbard for the sword, as far as I know. I'm raising. That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Your sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. I hope... Okay, we don't usually do flashbacks like that in this game. I really hope that does actually happen 5 times, like 80 said.
I see. And since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood.
Yes, Your Honor. Very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creeker's men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home.
You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police?
Of course I did! As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath.
Impressive insight, Adenai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled?
There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. By putting his fingerprints onto the sword after the real culprit had already handled it. Awesome cut in. Really, really good. It's so fucking great that that she is just It's so great that, like, okay, I mean, no matter what, if somebody other than Sosuke killed Chopin, that does mean that somebody other than Morgan also wiped their prints off of it, probably. But it's really funny that we're doing this when Morgan also used the sword and wiped her prints off of it. Can I just hide UI for a second and get this so I can use it for the thumbnail? Very good. Okay. The stocks are fucking down. What a load of bullshit.
And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense.
Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... Ooh. Oh? Emma theme? Oh? Emma's theme? I guess this must be one of the Lena Rain tracks then. Pretty nice.
The people are more than ready to counter if it pleases the court.
Oh.
The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable but predictable. With the foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option.
This is a fucking Castlevania first level theme. It's awesome.
Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods.
It's also pretty unique, Echo-ass, yeah. Hi, Kaz, yeah, it's Morgan's birthday today.
Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves?
I'm glad you asked so nicely. Ooh. Oh, okay, this one's easy actually. This song goes crazy. This is nuts. Hi, Andy. Hi, Andy. She was pawing at my arm. And yeah, happy birthday, Kaz.
Yeah! That's her, that's Kitty.
My sweet kitty. I mean, hey, as long as I'm petting the cat, we get to spend more time at this. What the fuck? This little, like, fucking music box part? Crazy! I need to get this in like one of my Zatsu playlists. Yeah, it's the Lena Rain song for sure.
kitty. Taking a sip.
Sorry, Cat still needs some more scritches. So we get to keep listening to this, okay? Okay. Bam. We didn't just speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Oh. It's loading. It's loading. Please. Please, game, I'm begging you. There we go. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints and a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is handy. Ooh, why is it having trouble with this stuff? It's suspenseful, yeah. Yeah, Emma is thinking. She's thinking of her comeback on this one. There we go.
Pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys are sloppier than we thought. Those blaggers were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves.
Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest the Icaria would want revenge against these victims.
I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru.
Unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall.
It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality.
Great metaphor?
I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops.
That's a little better.
We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Ikaria's head of security.
I could go for some pancakes, though. Oh, it's thinking again. There we go.
And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense is belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime.
Useless?
If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy. And what is there to do with a trophy other than polish it?
The cloth from Creek's desk. She did tag it. I knew she flagged it in the arch for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead?
The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon, by the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it.
That is a completely logical explanation, damn it!
How do we respond to that, Adonai?
We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense.
So, does that mean that she's described what actually happened?
Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off every other... Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there.
I see. And how do you do that?
By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. The broken bat has partial prints. Right. Yeah, Tanks' gun. What? Hello? Uh-oh. Is that thing happening? I thought I updated this. Oh, drag over weapon. Oh, is that how I want to do it? I put it there. I had to change my aim. Right. Okay. This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to.
What?
The police are confident that this Mag-Us is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person, and it has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. Haldo Belvino, and yes, the girls are fighting. We love to see the girls fighting. It's the doohickey, yeah. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing! So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him? More phrasing! Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? And they could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then, closing the connection. I said, wait, is Sosuke... Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Oh. thinking about how Morgan put herself in a disadvantage for Sarah last episode. The connections, you know? It's Yumi! Yay! I figured we'd be seeing her. Okay. I kind of figure, and, like, maybe this is a little silly, but I kind of figure at this point, especially since they've corrected and added London Ray as an 80, I kind of figure anybody who has a phone charm is probably main cast and will return. That's my assumption anyways, you know? Yumi Sato, medical examiner.
Yumi.
Sarah. I love that they're friends. I love that they always say hi to each other when they see each other. That's so awesome. They're so friends. It's cute. It's great. I love it. Yay.
Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case.
Yeah. 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there.
We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail, but if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined?
Right. From the top. Anchor Tan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was... The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Magus, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Oh, Sato's been at it, of course. Here she is. She's a medical examiner. She likes brush metal, grilled fish, and cardamom. I'm not familiar. Dislikes frame interpolation, split ends, surveys. Very, very cute. I like that. It's a spice. Oh, okay. Splurges on live show tickets. Favorite color. Phylactocyanine green G, I think? Coat? Very easy to sanitize. I bet. I love Yumi. She's awesome. Damn. Look at my credit. I'm doing so good. Next up is Sungmin Trade Trench. Oh wait, no. I also have to look at the evidence. That's right. Yeah, basically the same. Metadata mods indicates time of death at 9:44. Next up is Sungmin Trade Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade.
That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it?
No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull saw no evil. Heavens Miller Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Right. Destroying a majority of systems and their optical mods. Traces of wood splinters found in skull match the broken bat near the body. Yeah. Heavens Miller Smiles received puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Okay, so we're gonna have to use this ambiguity somehow, I guess. Analysis of subject mods. Self-defense mechanisms were activated shortly prior to death. Combined with the location of the stab wound, subject most likely faced their attacker and attempted to fight back. Blood on subject's hand suggests they attempted to staunch their bleeding or possibly even remove the weapon. True. Okay. Even though I killed him third and he was second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like tanks, Lakers Creek Kristoff was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway? Jeez. Modded spinal brace, relatively low cost, low tech corrective measure for a childhood injury or growth defect. Whoa. Said spinal brace prevented the slug from shattering completely. Let me see the screen actually. Oh, wait. This is kinda Sarah Green, ain't it? It looks pretty Sarah-like to me. That's cute. It's Yumi's favorite color. Wow. Okay. Prevented the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiplying damage to internal organs several-fold. Subject's childhood medical records indicate DT3, but no signs of the disease seem to exist at this time. No metformin in the bloodstream. Most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. How nice! Yeah, Yumi Sarah. But we do have one other context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What would cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped. Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Tip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown. What? I have so many questions about what 80 is getting up to. Especially because, as I said before, I don't think she can leave the courtroom. So, like, what is she referring to when she's talking about buying balloon animals?
Yeah, maybe she has a temp body she can hop into to explore around town. I kind of doubt it, but maybe she does.
So, taking that digital evidence into account,
Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks.
thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes?
Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. Okay, so, like, a full half hour later, basically.
Triggering an automatic 10999 alert. Officer down.
Wait, 999. I did 3 9s, right? Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly.
To summarize, then,
Sosuke was charging up a sword attack and he happened to pass by when it went off. Yeah. Alright. Chopin's autopsy. Penetrative cardiac stab wound posterior. Death was instantaneous. Insight. Standard issue for police department. Externally mounted biomonitor reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14:04. Subject was stabbed impaled from behind with a large bladed instrument approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows an unusual pattern of aggravation as if blade was jostled within the wound cavity post-mortem. Right, I was saying before that I feel like the weapon must have been swapped out between the sword and the knife. And that would explain this jostling. No other injuries of note. I wonder how long it took Reyes in London to arrive on the scene after the alert. I feel like we've probably heard that at some point, but I don't remember.
to summarize, then, we can conclude that Tanks' gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck.
Okay.
This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers.
It's all correct, as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline.
It's probably helpful for the jury putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions?
We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprit's... it was the starting time. Oh, wait, no. It could also be position. No. Position only makes sense if we're thinking about the actual murderer. Hang on. The methodology is not relevant here. I'm pretty sure it's starting time, but let me just double check. Well, wait, but...
Huh. Hang on. I'm overthinking now. It's time for me to overthink. Let me go way back up for a moment, if I can. I can. Look through time of death for every victim, right? So Hanks' hard stop at 9:44. 9:45. $9:40 and 9:50. So, okay, my memory is that it should be from what Morgan did. Not that I don't know that this actually matters at this point, but Morgan did, it was Tanks, Creek got shot, didn't die, then Miller, then Trey, and then Creek died after that. There's the data pad. Emma is trying to establish a data pad suddenly dropped. I don't know that this establishes a position. I guess in, like, what order they were killed in, it might establish a position. You know what? I think position is correct here. Because based on, like, where the bodies are, like, I know obviously, like, it doesn't make sense, like, there's no way that, like, it feels so funny saying this, because I know the answer is because Morgan did it. But also, Emma can't try to claim disorder of events if Sosuke did it, because that wouldn't have been where Sosuke started from due to the positions of the bodies, right? So I think starting position has to be it. Maybe I'm crazy. But I think it is this. It is, okay. Satsu's established where in the room the killings had to have started.
Correct, because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk.
Knowing exactly how things happen because you did it must make it really funny to keep track of the truth you're hiding, the slightly wrong version being discussed. Yes. Yes, this is like such a fun and interesting wrinkle to this case. It's awesome. No spoilers, but did Morgan kill these guys? That'd be crazy. I thought she was a lawyer. Zep, you were here last time. And not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Yes? An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room, but clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk where Tanks' gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. Yeah, the different uses of check are awesome. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held? Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. Was, but clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course, but my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free. I mean, Emma's theory about the blue bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect, but it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. And if the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So it's my advantage. What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? Well, the murder weapons, basically, because they're assuming that the katana was used for the stab to the aorta, but Morgan used her knife. But how does that give us an advantage? Imagining Morgan going all in during a chess game and pushing all the pieces forward. Yeah. Means the prosecutor is wrong about something. Yeah. I mean, okay. She's not wrong about cause or timing. So, yeah, I guess it is weapons, but like, isn't pointing this out really bad? Isn't saying this like, hang on, I'm looking at the log again. Well, the thing is that killing is also a kind of gambling. A lot of things are gambling, if you think about it. Hang on. Let me look at this again. Occurred momentarily after the blade's withdrawal. Whatever. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way I can use that information to have in my advantage here, without revealing that I have it or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Okay. Dr. Sato, you're asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARCS data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objective to a little virtual work. Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the ARCS would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Let's start with the blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hand suggests that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably, to try to grab the blade. Is there proof he grabbed the blade? I'll do it, whatever, it's just 8. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it, because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hand reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck to his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement the blade was moved around inside the wound, as if it had become stuck or someone was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck. That's interesting. That's what I'm fucking thinking about. It's he was stabbed with the knife and then the katana got used. Oh, this is new. Oh, okay, let's see this. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating a conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn, quick as a blade. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller, inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Does the katana fit the puncture wound? Whoa, wait, I just noticed the way the numbers glow here. That's awesome. Okay, so I feel like the gunshot questions don't make any sense to ask to begin with, because we're supposed to be focusing on the blade, right? I think we press. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening. And very blackjack. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no significant signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morrigan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor. That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? The sword couldn't have gotten stuck in the floor. The sword could have gotten stuck in the floor. Let me look at the freaking sword. It feels unlikely. It's chipped at the tip. It's not like it's... I don't know, it was like a stone floor, right? It was like concrete or something. I think. Where's the arcs? Does it have any indication about like what kind of floor it is? I don't think I have this information. It got stuck in the floor. I don't know, I mean, that would require something like a wood floor or carpet or something, right? Like... Yeah, I wish I could do that. You know, in The Great Ace Attorney, they actually do that in one case because the crime scene is in a horse-drawn carriage. So the carriage itself is evidence, and you can do like the 3D evidence look around in thing with the carriage. It's really nice. That's like that particular case I think is like one of the best in the series.
The sword got stuck in the floor. There's an indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Chopin's wound. Okay. Let's flip this supposition around. There are two ways that his body got on the floor. The one, apparently, that Emma is suggesting is that he was stabbed from behind and he fell. In that case, I don't think the sword would end up embedded in the floor because it wouldn't be being thrust into the floor, right? He would hit the ground, and admittedly, that would probably dislodge the sword some. I think an indentation being created would come from, like, thrusting the sword through the body while it's on the ground, right? I don't think it makes sense. I'm raising. Of course that's not possible. He was stabbed in the back while standing up, so he would have... Come on. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Well, yes, if you want to get technical. I suppose if Chopin was impaled, then fell face first. It makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. It's fine, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta take hits. You can't run a perfect case. So, we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Sort of, asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because his other hand was broken. What? Morgan, what? Morgan, because his other hand was broken. Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword? That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. What am I forgetting? Oh. I forgot that his prints are on the Magus's. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. Blam. The Magus? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Magus? Sometimes Morgan is cooking. Yeah, I totally forgot that the left hand prints were the ones on the gun. That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Magus was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. Ugh, that's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut fingers as recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. It's so cute that they're friends. It's so awesome. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's...
Your Honor, the people claimed that my client had to use one hand to retrieve the sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? Sorry, hang on. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless. Looking at the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Their sword. I mean... Could he really have done all that with one hand?
What do you mean?
Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right-hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Interesting. Okay. Nope. See you later, Zep.
Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal.
Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor?
Well, yeah, but isn't it just easier to say he held it like normal?
If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Yeah, he would have a reverse grip if he was trying to remove it from the floor.
Which is far from impossible.
But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That can only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer, Chopin's partner.
Very well.
Then let us summon to the stand. No name not found. What? What?
Is that a family or a given name?
What?
Yeah, got one little error here, right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found, literally. He ain't here.
Yeah?
What? He's had hours to get here. What the hell could possibly be?
Her star witness is a no-show?
Is this good news or bad news?
Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling the staff is gonna make you pay for it.
That idiotic!
Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgment. Already? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must be Reyes in London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep.
She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack? Ooh. Ooh. DNA evidence, a classic Homestar reference. Hang on. Two more officers arrived and secured the scene. DNA evidence. Okay. Hang on. His prints are on the gun. His prints are on the katana. That all is true. The motive is sensible. Dead cop. For two more officers arrived and secured the scene. It's the only non-living person left at the scene of the crime. There was no one else who could have committed these murders. I mean, the obvious answer is that we attacked the other cop, right? But is that really... It feels wild to go for it immediately, but I mean, the fact that he's not showing makes it even more suspect, right? It's gotta be this. She just claimed that Sosuke's the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. Oh yeah, that's true too. Morgan did do all those killings. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. Okay. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Is it the dark card? Yeah. Used to wipe prints? Yes. That's very good. It's gotta be the dark card. It has to be the dark card. I put it here. What is that? The dark card found lodged into Creek's data pad? That's right. The perfect payment option, but neither you nor the businesses you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his data pad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah. Almost forgot. These guys are drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold? Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that data pad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason you made the assumption that he was selling. The simplest explanation is that he was buying. using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek. How will you respond? Well, there's no fingerprints on it, so I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence that she's constructed her argument upon. Creek and Chopin's fingerprints. Wiped of all prints. I think the correct answer is to point out the dark card in this case. We max it out. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! And Morgan gets a fun theme too? Yeah! Awesome! This shot was in the trailer and it was so good. Hang on, I'm just gonna press H to hide the UI. Just in case I want this as an option for the thumbnail as well. Ooh, yeah! Okay, yeah! Meanwhile, Morgan in the background is going, is this music? I love this. Oh, it's taking a sec to load again. Yeah, we just get to enjoy the song longer. What? Reading the card explains the card. I got an achievement for that. Awesome. This also isn't clicking through. It's taking a sec for some reason. I don't know. This game has always had some, like, weird loads, I feel like. Hopefully that's something they can address at some point. This song's so good. Holy shit. Did this happen to you or anybody else? Is this just me? Is my computer bad with this game? It's really unusual. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me. Didn't happen to you? There's a few other reports of it. Okay. There we go. If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his data pad with his teeth. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact that they were ever there. That's absurd. If a customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the data pad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner. To whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiating tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? This customer could afford a dark card! And yet they couldn't pay. Hold on, you're trying to say all these deaths, all this carnage, you think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas.
Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix... Oh, is there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait.
Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor.
That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard!
What?
Court is now in recess.
Awesome. Really good court segment. The new music and the visual effects, all really awesome. She's into that Reason play.
Yeah!
It's the hot new thing among ads in 2086.
So Aurea Holdings is not part of House Icaria.
No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Aurea Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others.
That is very confusing.
No, well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us.
Protects the IFG?
No, protects the house from itself.
If everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that would be much simpler.
I know it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room.
Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers?
You find his socials or something?
I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs.
Right now? What's the headline?
City council members thank heroic officer for his service.
Oh, well, that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there?
Yes, both of his fathers were present.
Adoptive fathers? Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they're his parents and their pain is real.
Of course.
But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right.
Taking a life?
Parents having to outlive their children. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son? How could you? Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Icaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top.
I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke.
I think I know where this is going. I have an idea of where this could be going. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Icaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory.
The kind that left the Blue Bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so.
Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke?
Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? That's an interesting option. Speaking of, I should save, since we're not in court right now. Obviously, he would prefer if Makoto was the one who said it. I don't know what his relationship with Mireille is. So should I be honest or should I deflect? I think I'm gonna be honest. She said her name is Mireille. Okay, that got me good credit. So, yeah. Who is she? A powerful member of the house, on the side of Aurea. Slow down, loose lips. I didn't ask for a whole life story. What? Oh, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair. So did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Icaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Icaria is the house's personal assassin. Oh! Now she gets to be excited about talking to somebody else who's done murder. Well, it's still on orders, isn't it? So maybe it doesn't count, like the whole military thing. To her anyways, you know. What happened to the House of Icaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past. She needs a murder hobby group, yeah. The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably? What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from. You kill so that the other houses in the nobility know it was the Hound, but can't prove that House Icaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally, and their humiliation of being outplayed ensures the dead stay out of the papers. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off of a dash cam, but the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance tape with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk about you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. I wonder what happened. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk. The circumstances were different then, too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison since you won't help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you suddenly got cold feet?
I don't know.
Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider in over their head who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider in over their head who could stay afloat with a lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier, and I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about these kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them.
Sarah.
On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
I was talking earlier about the possibility of Sarah finding out about Morrigan. Just repeating it, so since it's not on the VOD. I was talking about that earlier, and I was pointing out that the scene with Helen Young where she says she doesn't know how to forgive her yet, I think would come back around really hard. It would really hit when it comes to if that ever happens or something. And this is definitely I feel like this is there too, right? Bullets are very fast.
That is true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Tell me more.
Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna get up for a second. I'll be right back, and surely the scene will have loaded by then. Whoosh.
Stay tuned.
if you're a dick to women, you're a misogynist. And we've got other things that we do to misogynists other than make them do rosaries.
So, you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene. No! We didn't even get the... We didn't even actually get the guy. We just got London. I kind of figured we would just get London, but still.
That's correct, ma'am. When the 10999 went out. I keep thinking I'm doing 4 9s instead of 3 9s. I have no idea if I am. I don't know. When you like say the same number more than 2 times in a row, well, I don't know if I should say you. When I say the same number more than 2 times in a row, my mind just starts going blank. Yeah, no. I'm pointing out that I'm crazy. My partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot.
I see. Rogers still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed to London to adjust the reshuffled docket. Consolation prize of London. Fuck! We got another Kasim London dupe! Shit! I already got one of these. I don't need another London. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted.
We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing the arrest of his suspect.
Okay, so, they arrived at 10:21. That means that there was like 6 minutes that Rogers was just alone in there, and literally anything could have happened. Cryonite, we are like in the middle of episode 2 of this game, where there's also an episode 0. So you've missed 3 episodes of context already. It's a very good game. You should check it out. I can't explain everything right now. It's the cyberpunk dystopia future, okay? There's a robot judge, all right? Why does it say London? That's a city! You know what? You're right on that one, Omnicore. I honestly don't have a clue. What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit!
We helped Rogers finish... What?
Oop, I pressed that. Excuse me.
We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking.
Your witness, counselor. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday, but complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Interesting. Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on?
Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to an emergency, counselor. And detectives aren't required to wear body cameras at all.
Like I said, dumb question. I don't know if asking about Reyes is gonna change any of this. I'll leave this open if I need more credit at some point later.
Why were you nearby? How'd you clear the building? I want to know about this. Why were you and your partner in Center City that night, Detective?
Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? My partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive.
That's all he's gonna say? It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but what the hell is there even to press when his answer's that simple? I'm almost tempted to...
Was the soup good?
I mean, okay, so Phoenix Wright would do this. Phoenix Wright would ask, was the soup good? But I don't know. I don't know if Morgan should within the context of the way that this game works and how questioning witnesses works. But I do want to. What's it gonna cost if I'm wrong? 12 out of 130. So like, it's probably fine. Was the soup any good, Detective?
I never got any in the end. Had this hole-in-the-wall place in mind, but when we got there, turned out they'd gone out of business last month. It had been a while since I'd last stopped by. I guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but honestly, I thought it'd lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if I hadn't been so selfish, they'd still be here. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know?
Yeah.
Your Honor, relevant? It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. So freaking true, 80. I'll allow it. Or I won't punish it at least. Now ask a real question.
Right away, Your Honor.
That's awesome! Hooray!
I'm so glad that they knew. They knew they had to make that one fine to do because everybody was gonna wonder. We were all gonna wonder how good the soup was. How did you and your partner go about clearing the building?
I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went.
Just like this game has been teaching you. Nothing's illegal if you're prepared to pay the fee. It's true.
It was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs.
You were still searching for suspects even though there was a 10999 on the 3rd floor?
Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't gonna run upstairs to try and defibrillate.
How was that report made?
Over comms, around 10:17 p.m.
Okay, so we have a different, okay. I mean, that's already extremely suspicious, right? Like, if the officer's biomonitors said that they died at 10:14, why did it take 3 minutes for him to do the report, right? Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 1039? That's a much better way to say it. I've realized mentally in my head during the process of this.
It's one of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios.
Did you ever lose sight of your partner? Whoa. This is kind of a crazy question to ask, because it's like, what if Reyes did it? But I do want to ask, did you ever lose sight of your partner?
I might have.
So she might have lost sight of you.
Speculation, Your Honor.
If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic.
Overruled? Spill the deets, witness.
Yes, me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. Okay, let's ask about Reyes' body cam now. But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules? Matter of fact, I believe she did. So, of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of the crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on. It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had broken earlier in the week. And Tariq Chopin? I don't know why he didn't have his on. Interesting. Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Does she know? Thank you for giving us all of that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review the footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he had received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now?
The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Adonai just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness.
So it isn't just one for them, for one for them, and one for us? Wait, why is there this extra 4 here? More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling?
Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria?
Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor?
Oh, wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast. Okay.
Oh, so you're a pro. They're already here. This Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it.
Homicide, organized crimes, is there that big a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the organized crime unit.
Wait, I thought he was an arson. He what?
You didn't know that?
Where are you taking this, Emma?
I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of the Icaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame, and that the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height, with gray-blue hair, a knotted spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back.
Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch, you got made with your shirt off? He sneezes.
Bless you.
You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor.
But I really want to!
If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else.
The defense has once again claimed that their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier the Icaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant.
No, it's just prejudicial as hell.
Girls fighting! but obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human trauma.
He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record.
So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence? Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served up a mistrial before the day's through. Some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being.
I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling out this testimony's inclusion.
But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made!
Thank you, Your Honor.
What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers.
So we aren't any worse off?
Sosuke might be.
What do you mean?
This gallery is filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us all with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that...
Don't worry, Sosuke. They can't do anything to you here.
Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't.
Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the...
Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now?
Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb?
Yes?
He's finally here.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time.
Really? But
The redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to step it up?
No, Your Honor.
Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass.
Miss Rockford let it go.
She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. We no longer just got London, yeah? If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it.
So if you hadn't fought against that redirect up to the very last moment...
Oh, caught, huh? Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach.
The analogy seems weaker somehow.
Very funny.
There he is.
Finally gonna see this guy, huh? The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Icaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin. Patrol Officer Rogers, reporting for duty.
You don't have to say that.
Sorry, just, reporting for duty.
Name and occupation.
Patrol Officer Huey Rogers, occupation, patrol officer. I see. This guy seems like a dweeb of a loser. Police officer, lower wards, patrol, like saltwater, rosemary, and graffiti art. Interesting for a cop. Dislike sand, marshmallows, the lottery. What do you got against marshmallows, dude? Wakes up at 5:30 a.m. Yeesh. Can't stand mice. Balance, easily upset. I see. Split type is AB negative. That's Morgan's blood type. Marshmallows are probably too much for his constitution. Yeah. Oh, a room. A former partner of Tariq Chopin. Apologies for earlier.
It's fine. The court understands the city council had need of you.
When I said my name wrong, won't happen again.
And your tardiness?
What's that?
Being hours late to this trial?
Did I not set a reminder?
Ugh. Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all?
No, not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget.
He must have sustained quite the concussion then.
As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears.
Shall we begin, Officer Rogers?
Right, from where?
The start!
Well, it was a pretty boring, I mean, normal night. And me and Chopin were just driving a route, windows down. He was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. And around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. So off we went.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, shots echo down in the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident it'd have something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot.
Who was Tariq Chopin?
The victim. It's the victim in this case.
But he was this guy's partner. His police partner.
And also the son of 2 city council members. And also he was like a good cop, quote unquote. From what we heard from London, he was very serious about like combating corruption in the police. So my assumption has been that as part of corruption, maybe his killing was in fact done by this guy. That's been my thought so far. But I don't think it necessarily ties up all of the ends in this case. There's a lot more going on with like the Ikaria and the Blue Bloods and everything that I don't feel like is 100% explained just by like this guy doing him in. I think like there was more conspiracy going on, though I do think it's yeah, okay. He wasn't on the take. There's no good cops, etc., etc. I think the idea is that like that like he was supposed to be like a good intentioned person. According to the fiction, where it's possible for that to be the case. Why would this guy kill 4 Blue Bloods half an hour earlier? Well, we know why those guys died. I'm not too concerned with him getting saddled with Morgan's crimes. As long as we can like fully determine who did the one thing Morgan didn't do, right? And we just, we just kind of let them take the fall for the rest of that. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble, even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Then my partner, shot clean through the door handle. Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echo gunshots and a few context clues? I suppose context clues are most of what I use to find the place too, but...
So, when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked.
Yeah, and so we had strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor, and we heard a loud slam.
A slam?
What kind of slam?
Like slam? Or like a slam?
Or like slam? I don't know. It was loud though. Then Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. Yeah, that was very good. Up to the third floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put two and two together when I saw that man there standing over him.
Let the record show that the witness has finally identified the defendant.
If you heard a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone.
But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up?
To prevent escape, to search quickly to avoid crossfire. If Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? I assume to avoid crossfire. But it could also be preventing escape. He was on the second floor, right? Yeah, we got to the second floor. So, yeah, it's probably to prevent escape. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so that they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions.
With more speculation?
With some helpful theorizing. Capped off with hard evidence.
Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind, and the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs?
He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... It could have been the dumpster. It is loud. Yeah, it must be the dumpster in this case. Hang on, let me just double check. Something else is, yeah. What caused the noise Chopin heard? I forgot about this. I forgot I can hover over Emma to get that. But yeah, it's the dumpster. A noise that came from the alley.
What kind of noise would that be?
A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Hey now, it left my ears ringing too, you know.
What are you even talking about?
I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene.
How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes.
Oh. Oh. The Great Escape, the name of the movie. Of course. Sarah's so funny. She's so funny. I love her. The only way to get from the 3rd floor to street without going past the 2 cops clearing the building would be by going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it. But anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below.
Oh, yeah. I can kind of see it.
Ooh. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No? Of course not. So there's no proof. No reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. Okay, but that doesn't prove that Chopin didn't think that was happening. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, I got nothing. Yeah, admittedly, what Chopin thought about that it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of, like, making a case. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. I don't know. I'm thinking...
I know. But might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking and instead flip the go board like you've told me to do before?
You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof anyone fled the crime scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the 3rd floor.
Oh, see you later, Keta.
Good night. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that! One time I know the truth and I want to get it out, but I can't admit to it without screwing myself over.
Adonai, any luck?
Part of the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time.
Then the witness may continue.
Please do! But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night.
Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutia for us, line by line.
Like, every detail?
Especially the irrelevant ones.
Sir, yes, sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen to his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. Doors locked. I checked the alley but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shot off the lock through the handle and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body.
Something stand out to you, Adonai?
Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit.
The saying is perked up, is it not?
What? Let me focus. Sound system. Fire escape. Front door. Why did he hear the thud if the sound system was going? Right? The building dead quiet. Doors locked, didn't see another way in. Chopin shot off the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. I mean, he contradicted himself, right? That, like...
It sounds like quite the sensory overload hearing it described in such detail.
Yeah, could have been very overwhelming. But the five senses are still bound by logic, and he's claiming something that contradicts the crime scene as we know it. There we go. How could you arrive to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor?
The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in the lower wards.
But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear the music from the first floor. Well, yeah, heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside? Yeah, sturdy door, I guess.
Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound.
Locking a door doesn't stop sound. But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime is a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Check. Maybe they redid the windows, too.
I don't get it.
I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly... I mean, soundproofed, if that's the case. That building had been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? Perhaps, but wouldn't that explain the building being dead quiet but that wouldn't explain the excuse me, sorry, one sec. But that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. I showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm getting for.
Counselor, asking the court to accept that the building happened to be soundproofed is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it.
Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open?
He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time.
Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Fast on the uptake, this one.
I'm looking at this arc from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow. And I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. Now what am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first. Once you've got one spinning consistently...
Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction.
The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the third floor. That means someone must have opened them.
Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor.
You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor.
You claim the windows were originally closed. Uh-oh. It's gotta load. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is here. Maybe I should try that uninstall and reinstall thing. I thought about it and I didn't. There we go.
And only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down into the alley.
But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot.
And we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the windows that face into the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass.
What?
That's... Your theory is flawed. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them. Flung open.
Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Oh, she thinks that the window... She thinks the windows open a different way than they actually do. I get it. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of the arcs, by the way. Uh-oh, this one still needs a load. What is going on? Yeah, I don't know, my save is like, it's on the Steam cloud, right? So I shouldn't be worried about that, I guess. Yeah, Emma doesn't know anything about Windows, it turns out. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Open windows. Okay, wait. Wait, I'm not actually sure which of these I should point out. to be perfectly honest. Is it the... Wait, hang on. His blood ended up on the wrong side of the glass. I think it has to be window spatter. What would be so bad about losing 15 credit, right? I can survive that. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows as if they swing open? What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. They... What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls... It wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Ugh! Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least, not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean lined up?
the blood spatter. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot at the very least.
Yes. Though when they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARCS data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof.
I doubt the ARCs could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to
Waste the court's time? Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof! Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading.
She's effectively conceded that the windows are soundproofed, but she's also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected. I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. Let's have it a little misdirection. Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side.
The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around.
The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right?
To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence?
Yeah. Fury, indignation. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you?
I'm warming up to it.
Then I'll stick to the facts for now. By the way, this song is like a little loud. Is the volume balance still good, everybody? Volume balance is still good, right? At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. It's fine? Okay, cool. As long as you can still hear me. The music was playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, at least, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed.
Yes, those are the facts.
I think, I mean, that might just be the case that, like, it's an indie team using music from multiple different sources, right? So it could just be because of that.
Why are you restating them?
Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as the facts, only one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. They are bangers, and you do want to turn that shit up, it's true. I certainly don't want to turn it down, right? Okay. Where's the flaw in his testimony? If it's soundproof, they couldn't have heard the gunshots. Pretty sure.
how could those two officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired?
Now you go there? Oh crap, yeah.
Wait, excuse me? What are you talking about? It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. Even on the radio, he called it in.
True enough. I can see right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m. Officer Tariq Chopin reported shots fired.
So he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network? Well, one report is usually sufficient. But confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers? I never heard any gunshots.
Hang on, are you really?
So you never heard a peep, but your partner... He somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Interesting theory Morgan's presenting. It's quite different from the one that I've been thinking of, but I don't really think I believe my theory so much currently. So let's see what Morgan's cooking. Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time.
I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here, and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so...
I'm just confused as all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly.
Oh, like he got an Evite?
Exactly. Officer Chopin entered a distress call from the Blue Bloods. Commotion, uproar, pandemonium! Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason?
No. Well, the first time we met, she did technically.
Yeah, true.
Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery is pretty poorly behaved, too. To rein this in, or should I?
Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. And you have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent. True. True? That's all you had to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? Damn, the Rio tongue twisters didn't save me on that one. It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen, and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. Uh-oh, something's loading. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? Time to flex your media literacy. Oh, fuck. Choose and present an article that shows a motive for Chopin to work with the Blue Bloods. Remember, you can reread any articles you've collected this episode in your phone. But you already read them front to back, right? Oh my god! Yes! Okay, I think I know. I think it's the ballot propositions, because the convention next month is post when it happened. Serial bombings, I don't think has anything to do with any of this. And neither does helium fuel. Meanwhile, we know about the Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation projects, which also Diamani pointed out to us as being important. These are sponsored by Chopin and Chopin, and we also, I believe, know that the Blue Bloods have something to do with this, if I remember right? I feel like I remember hearing that the Blue Bloods are supporting this or something. Maybe I'm making that shit up. But I am pretty positive it's about the public works. Cranking it. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, counselor, but his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Sidebar for a moment. What? How are y'all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you... Sorry, on the ballot measures specifically? Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the... funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation projects. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them, and of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute, you mean... you? Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents? One last question, less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known Blue Blood property. So why was this found there? There was something else related to it, right? I'm pretty sure. Fuck. Oh, no, I get it. I get it. Really? Really? You better hope you get it with all these I get it. It would be pretty crazy if I didn't, but there's only one piece of evidence that would be related to this. Why was this at the crime scene? Like, we know the data pad, it's Creek's. The needles are there for obvious reasons. The red ink, that's their documents. And also meaningless because there's no way to understand what it is. And obviously there's a reason for the sword to be there, so... why in the world could could this dark card have been there? Of course, we know the answer, but this game's so awesome. How is it that the dark card got there in the first place? We don't know because it's been wiped of all prints. Are you suggesting Officer Chopin brought it? He might have, right? Aw, man. You know what? That's true. You're right. What the fuck is the issue? I'm glad that they got me. I'm really glad that there is dialogue for that though, because they knew that was gonna fuck people up. Wait. So then is it the red ink? Did I totally remember wrong on this? Oh my fucking god, I forgot what the red ink fragment said. God damn it, this is for ah, man. Yeah, okay, this was the part. This was the part where I knew that the blue bloods were connected. I'm so fucking stupid. This is not bad reading comprehension. This is bad memory retention. That's completely different. The problem is that I remember bad, not that I wasn't reading good. You don't need to defend me on this one. I got it wrong. There we go. That's what happens. That's what happens when you stream. That's what happens when you stream and you split it up by a couple days. And he also, honestly, like, in large part probably because like I had so much to remember from the previous session because we went for 7 fucking hours. Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now, but you can still make out a reference to P.6 right here. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. The state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean. Even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. It'd have to get past the blue bloods. Or through them with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Counselor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city.
Uh-oh.
Awesome! Vehemence, wrath, outrage! She said it! She said that?! What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots.
It is a bit of a pickle. What do you got for us, witness?
What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever.
Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about.
Hey, Chopin wasn't
a patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner. That sounds horribly corrupt.
And you called my comments inflammatory? Corrupt? You got brass, alright. That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer defending the Hound of Icaria.
Big uh-oh.
Your Honor, the witness's last statement.
Oh, it's a regrettable slip of the tongue.
Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I'd already snipped the jury's feed, but the crowd...
Seriously? He's the Hound? But isn't the Hound that...
Uh-oh.
Cop killing animals! Knew that whole house stank like shit. What would you say about a man's family, you? Or what, you'll stab us in the back too?
Sosuke, please calm down and shut up.
That apple, hang the whole house with him.
Your Honor, these outbursts in the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing...
It's enough you butchered him like that. Animals. Had to pay this lawyer to spit on his grave, too? At least the Blue Bloods know their... Whoa, yeah, okay. How dare you? Well, you pigs were colluding with the Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards. Better a Blue Blood than the piss running in your veins. Holy shit. It's really getting hot in here. Fuck.
Sarah, hold him.
Pardon?
Stop him from doing anything stupid now. Okay, it was fun, but now you ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough.
Now, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers!
This hate.
Burn the house!
Tension like a haze in the air.
Rip him out by the roots!
And on the back of my neck.
Every last one. Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you...
A bead of sweat and something that feels like...
Oh, shit? Die, you son of a bitch!
Behind us! She's small. What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun.
Oh, fuck. London!
Holy shit.
Hey, are you okay? Are you hit?
Oh, sorry, that was Sosuke.
Sosuke, I am not injured.
The danger's gone. The heat of the moment, replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back.
But why did you push me down?
What? What do you mean, why? Why did I
take my time, turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits, but the sound is far away.
Reflexes. Sorry. You alright there, ma'am?
I'm fine, Detective. Thank you.
For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kasim London. In that incident, I recognize a nameless flickering across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs.
Wait. Did she? Did she bleep out emotion?
Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only ever see it once. At the very end. Or expression or something? Yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, Morgan would bleep out emotion, right? Okay. Who's purple? Who gets this purple color? I don't know. Taking 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there. Is it Barrows? Oh, it's probably Barrows, right? Yeah, it's Barrows. I'm glad Barrows is back. How did that man get into the courtroom, the building? And with the weapon, like whatever the hell that was. It was his own arm, Madam Barrows. I'm glad Barrows is back. That's exciting that she's gonna be in more cases. She is the superior judge of the higher circuit. She likes hot springs, cold beer, warm tea. She dislikes waking up before her alarm. Is she a cat person? I happen to be allergic. Mark answer as yes. That's, you know what? Honestly, if you point out that you're allergic to cats, there is a pretty good chance that means you like them, right? Because otherwise you would just say no. Never forgets, a password shorter than 10 characters. Wow. Favorite season, fall. That makes sense. She seems ready for fall. Modded illegally in some literal chop shop. I'm allergic to cats, so you tried. So you wanted to try out cats. Yeah, exactly. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech. It uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel. Enamel as in teeth? Where on earth do these people... Doesn't trigger any metal detectors. Looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor, we're looking into it now. We already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. He probably got his hands on a key card. Lost, bought, or stolen. Had it modified to get him in the building. Would that work? Only needs to work once. This time it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... You ask me, we're lucky he's stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Vicaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed. Allegedly. There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks. Then 24 hours later, I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? The shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Bresson, low-level muscle in the Blue Bud Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the step up. Any connection to Creek's pod? Older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. So trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders.
yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? About that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A blue blood gunman just tried to shoot him! But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is that they've been given a long lunch. You do? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. Every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikaria doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term.
She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke, every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him.
Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is...
Detective, is the building still in lockdown?
Standard procedure says to keep it that way another half hour. We would have to... The stands were full of police officers, and any one of them could... Ambulance chasers will pay prime for story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which will be when, exactly?
We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket.
Finished tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fine, yes, we'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout, like with the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy?
Perfectly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am.
I'm actually a little surprised that Emma went along with this. But I guess it's this or the mistrial, and either way, she, you know, doesn't win, I guess.
Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you, for once.
Thanks to not gagging from the effort.
Any other defense attorney in the world would have, in the city, would have taken the mistrial. Dumped the Hound of Ikaria on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check.
Some other idiot, huh?
Or is it that you can't dump him?
You under house arrest already?
I haven't felt threatened by them.
And that could change fast if you fail him.
House Ikaria high society, haven't you heard?
And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming.
Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though.
You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, Bowen Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife slow as a second hand if he's... You okay?
Compared to you? I guess not.
Huh?
I've never seen anyone get shot before.
Oh. Right. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry, that was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. I spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people, and... Maybe I get it into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass. Just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that.
Do you? Do you need to get over it?
I have a responsibility.
A prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma.
No.
If a hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sosuke Ikaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. Yikes. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I've never felt that bad about it at all. Runs in the family. Ooh, and his family, huh? The way she whispered it, that half-stuttering sigh. Oh, runs in the family. I'm not sure she even heard it herself. Interesting. And his family, huh? Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. Scene that made me think, yeah. I mean, for one thing, this isn't the right one. Convention next month. Her parents, Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, right? So they're big names. They're really big names. And from this, my impression is that at least one of them was also in law in some way, right? And probably did not give a shit. You know? She did mention that. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, she knows she's disconnected from it by just being the prosecutor, right? And now, like, she's face to face with it, and it's suddenly unnerving her a lot more than, like, thinking about what would happen. Or rather, like, it's unnerving her more than not thinking about what would happen, rather. You get what I mean, you get what I mean. Yeah, it's really, really interesting. There's a lot to Emma still that we have yet to understand, I feel like. We're getting little bits of it, but the fact that, like, she is on the opposite side means that there's a lot we still don't really get about, like, what is motivating her, right? Yeah, it sure is. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan. Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Ikaria really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put two and two together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room, with the crowd moving around him? Yeah, real lucky. I know. I'm agreeing with you. Though it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No, but I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him. Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Bresson had been in the courtroom all day. How long had he waited for it to take his shot? I assume he was probably waiting for a moment where it would kind of allow him to get lost in the rabble, right? The crowd at its fever pitch was the best possible time, right? Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably meta-hex-filling, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Meta-hex Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated, mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. I took a phone call. When I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth. And he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the hype? That they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Blue Bloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Pharma-megs and dispensers of the world will step in to reap the rewards. Pharma-megs, huh? So this is another thing that the Icaria could potentially be stealing from the Blue Bloods in a way. I don't know if that leads anywhere necessarily, but it feels relevant, right? And the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The great tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Cyanus? Yep, some are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition and name recognition and locale and real estate, and basically, they can't afford it. The buy-in's too steep, and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Icaria do not want to share. Yeah, like I said. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in court about Prop 492? You really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way it did. Oh, the Sarah glow before everything else fully fades in, that was awesome. So, what was the verdict?
The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take...
The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. With some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all these Blue Bloods are out. He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for Blue Blood leadership. So it's the old guard who want you dead. Does that make the Youngbloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a Youngblood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke, who doesn't hate your ass? I need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. That's good. And to answer your question, Morgan, Sarah doesn't hate his ass. And Makoto.
So he's a real hit with kids. I guess. Might be starting to sink in.
Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after?
Why are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of... Ooh.
I think it's last year's meeting.
Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about?
What happened a year ago?
A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. You were gonna work out a deal for the Ikarian network to distribute a Blue Blood product. Why would we want the basement cook swill the Blue Bloods make sold in our storefronts, our pharmacies? And you wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart. Voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows, and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety, and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto full-time.
Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship?
Of course it is.
Then why do you sound like that?
You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kinda assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know! I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard.
Is there someone we could talk to who is?
There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first.
Oh, do we get time at Diamante?
Here to join? What are you talking about? Oh shit. It's school memories again.
Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're gonna be some big shot lawyer. Junior club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like a blackmail counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down.
Yes, Zeno. I saw it said mutually beneficial. I noticed.
We need to add our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care.
Really a roundabout way to get a girl's number, yeah. You know, I did say previously that I feel like Morgan's never gone on a date, but now I wonder. I wonder. There was, after all,
That one cutaway in episode 0. Which has been like the one thing that like makes me think like maybe I'm off base on saying that. Maybe that's mean of me to say that. There's that one cutaway in episode 1 where she talks about like she says something about killing your girlfriend. The way that they set it up is like what Flat was doing. She says something about that and then does a cutaway with it, if you ask me. I still think she probably killed her though.
Is something wrong?
Why would you think that something's wrong?
It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending.
I've no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet.
I had been bothering Sosuke, I think. Pestering him about catching bullets.
If you were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his.
But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted, while I just...
Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it.
Father built me to be strong. I should be able to...
David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow.
And do you think I am still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller?
I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that.
I'm sorry.
Let's speculate a tall Sarah. I mean, she would be like Sarah, but she would be taller. She's so awesome, it's so true.
I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom.
When Detective London took out that shooter?
I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I'm still thinking about is the man he killed.
Yeah, Sarah with 3 R's, exactly. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until...
I am not thinking about his motive. I am thinking about how he is dead.
You haven't been on about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forget that includes the extraordinary, too.
You've seen violence like that before, then?
Yes, I have.
Seen people die?
Yes, I have.
Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers?
Probably a safe bet.
This is a private subject, isn't it?
Death is always private. I'm no exception.
Do people ever get used to it?
I can only speak for myself.
Have you gotten used to it?
Every time is like the first time.
I hope that everyone is like you, then.
What a line. What a fucking exchange. Holy shit. This game is fucking good.
It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to.
Putting a poker face on for that one? I don't know. I was saying this before, but I feel like whenever Morgan's eyes go black, she's telling the truth. I might be wrong about that. There might be some things that are like that don't line up with that, but I think that's when she's her most honest. Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. Oh, Morgan. Oh, Morgan. Irashai. Irashai. To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? One, Sarah. Who's the other? Figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? I just got this case of beautiful tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described a tree, down to the dirt. Morgan's so awesome. She's so fun. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage. She's an android. A very realistic one. What do you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Irashai? What if... Is that in the game? No. No, I'm hearing something. Are you hearing that sound? Well, now I'm not hearing it. I'm gonna check 1 sec outside just to see, okay? Okay, everybody? I'll be right back. Whoosh! Okay, clarifying, since you said please do safely.
Stay tuned.
It sounded like an animal. It didn't sound like something scary, okay? I'm gonna check outside to see if there is an animal there. Animals can be scary. I don't think this is a scary animal.
If this gets scary, I'm quitting.
I don't know. I didn't see anything out there. So, whatever. Also, yes, I did see the Shadow the Hedgehog stuff. That's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. The clip where he says, like, one badass hedgehog or something. He says he's one badass hedgehog is like... They were probably right to cut that because I think everybody would have made fun of that. Has the outdoor cat tried to come back in lately? That was what I thought the sound might have been. I thought it might have been the outdoor cat from my neighbors. But honestly, I haven't seen that cat in a little bit. I saw it like a couple weeks ago out behind the apartments, but like I wasn't back there. I just heard the cat and I looked out my bathroom window and saw it back then. Or saw it back there, rather. Maybe Kitty found a home. Kitty had a home the whole time. that cat had a home the whole time. I think it might be more like that cat's owners aren't letting it out as much. Anyways, I don't know. I didn't see anything. I did think that maybe it was like a sad wet cat or something, but I didn't see anything, so yeah, who knows? Who knows? Two waters coming right up. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Icaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Then it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear. Is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly onto the ground with the house's insignia.
I don't understand why the house would go to such lengths to let the victims know who attacked them.
These neo-ability types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture, where every sentence has a front and backside to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they can't misconstrue. And the Icaria aren't exactly at the top of the neo-ability pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy when they know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills the target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the Hound kills where a house's rivals can see, the damage sticks.
You know a lot about the neo-ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the neo-aristocracy?
Do I look like I've got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid. Wouldn't know it, looking at how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The Hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me. A blue blood assassin trying to mist it mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the blue bloods aren't as rational as they used to be.
Used to be?
I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer.
Traded what?
Stock tips.
Oh.
This was before the Icaria cut them down? I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The Russ weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then, and the Icaria cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if...
If what?
If the Icaria hadn't killed them all.
But didn't they have allies? Connections?
The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them.
But they were the victims.
Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall that far that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason.
They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them?
All that was left were the old-timers, the grandparents and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, found family that became the first gens and then the young bloods.
What about the money?
You're starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Ikaria just stole. But the vast majority of it was held overseas, where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood.
Locked behind GFA.
Getting butchered by the Ikaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. There's a certain poetic charm to it, no?
It would have to be a very sobering poem.
Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming those same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends.
They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch, crossing their fingers over the red hood and... Hey, what's a little lord?
That's another one. A new spin on the oldest tales, on one of the oldest tales in the books. A promised prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves. One lone heir onto all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret. One day he'll come back and reclaim what's rightfully... I'm guessing you've heard this one before.
Is there any truth to it?
Old Guard certainly seems to think so. Need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. If they can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they're looking for. They can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes Youngblood start talking about maybe the Old Guard doesn't care what happens to us.
What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original full expression is thought to be the blood of the Covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who have fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative.
Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. That's a pretty good one, Morgan. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant if you prefer, that we're talking about. Youngbloods gave their life to the Mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut him loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years.
You think the Old Guard would throw away the Youngbloods if it meant reunited with their little lord?
I know it, and so do the Youngbloods.
That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord.
No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tariq Chopin? You mean the son of the city councilman?
Adopted son. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records.
Why does she keep pointing that out? Well, okay. I can think of a reason, actually. There's... I assume the identity of the Little Lord is going to be relevant to this. And there are two possibilities in my mind currently. One of which is Chopin. And that would explain why Morgan keeps emphasizing that he was adopted, right? I think the other possibility is Sosuke. Either might make sense because the whole thing about like his family being slaughtered like while he was young, and supposedly the Ikaria didn't like get hurt at all in the midst of like the fall of leaves and everything. It makes me think that maybe the Ikaria abducted the little lord in some capacity, and that would be, you know, another way to steal from the Blue Bloods, both in terms of like stealing their young lord, but also stealing the money and the accounts. They could theoretically get that, so that's very possible. But also, yeah, I think the fact that Morgan is emphasizing that Chopin is adopted here, and like the fact that he was killed in this blue blood hideout. Hi, Ray Reviewer. This is awesome. You're right. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. We're in the middle of the Devil episode 2. I don't know if you're familiar with this, or if you've already experienced this or what, but like, I am doing speculation about where the plot is going right now, and like we're like deep in the middle of this, so like I would recommend to anybody who hasn't played this, you should go play this. It's very good. But only heard of it recently. Don't know much about it, but you're curious. Okay. Yeah, we are in deep spoilers territory with the game at the moment. But I do appreciate the raid. Episode 0 is free. You should check that out. I am going to have to continue my plot speculation right now, which is deep spoilers kind of stuff. So I understand if you have to go, but I really do appreciate the raid either way. It's really, really nice of you. I hope you had a great stream as well. Before anybody goes like, what were you up to? What's going on? Sorry. It's just like when I'm talking about this, it's like I have to like make sure that people know like we are in like spoiler city, and like if you think this sounds cool, if you've heard about this game, it's like it's Evil Woman Ace Attorney, you know, the cyberpunk dystopia future. It's really great. It's super smart, super well written, super funny and clever. It's great. You should really, really check it out. Episode 0 is free, etc. But yeah, if you want to stick around, that's cool too. Yeah, let me know what you were up to. I like to unravel mysteries. It's a thing. It's great. It's fun. So yeah, Chopin is also potentially, possibly, this little lord as well, right? The question, of course, is like how he would have ended up with those politicians, right? How he could have ended up adopted by them specifically. Whereas like I can see like if it's Sosuke, then like yeah, he could have just been abducted in the middle of the various slaughters that occurred. Anyways, we know about the Mob Act already. This has been covered before, but basically it promises anonymity to the rich.
Sarah, look this guy up.
What do you want to know?
How old was he?
His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. There's been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. It seems his original birth certificate was lost.
Okay. That I would say that puts a few chips in the pile for Chopin being the little lord, I guess. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it.
What would be an unkind way of putting it?
The governments of the world were scrambling. They're all doing the thinking pose together. This is so awesome. Look at them. It's so cute. I want to know about his adoption.
His fathers adopted him in 2066, after 3 months of visits to gospel home orphanages. A private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business.
Bankrupt or bought out?
Bankrupt.
Damn it. They had just gotten swallowed. The parent company might have kept the records.
The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it.
Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo op that good pass them by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting, and... No, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think, this isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. What was his education?
Tariq Chopin had a law degree.
Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician. It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. If joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move, that means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Wait, you really think?
You think Chopin was the little lord?
You're the last person I'd expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real...
What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you...
Then, yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the little lord. Tsuchinoko real. And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead.
To prevent the old guard from abandoning them.
Okay, but... Okay, but... Who is our fifth... Who is the extra person, then? Who is the real killer, then? Because if we're not saying that it's Rogers... then who else was there who would have killed him for being the little lord? I don't know. This is really... This has a gap in the form of who the killer is. Like, what other blue blood would have been there that night that Morgan isn't aware of? It feels strange. Hmm. I don't know. This... Well, I'll keep clicking and we'll keep reading. We'll figure out where this is going. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1. This is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous young blood wouldn't off a guy just cause he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it. Yeah. 2. As I recall, the only young blood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Chopin even entered the building. Clears his name pretty handily. The only young blood I know? Man. It could be Han. I guess it could be Han. The fuckboy girl is like a genuine possibility, I suppose. Yeah. But we'd have to, like, place her there. And also line up, like, the other 4 killings, like... I guess maybe we don't have to... I guess... I guess we don't have to line up the other 4 killings. Not necessarily. We could let those be unsolved mysteries, I guess. She's a possibility. The extent to which she was angry about the bodies, it could just be normal. It could literally just be normal, but she could also have been like stewing in it or something as well, right? But I don't. I don't know. I don't know. It could be. Sorry, I just wanted to look at both of them again. 3. I can think of at least one other group that had killed to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. This is also true.
House Ikaria.
And who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook? And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom. Unfortunately. Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah, get some footage of me making this next one. From over there in the corner.
Boss?
We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever. That kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine.
Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day.
I don't want to hear that depressing shit. Go cross post or whatever.
Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad.
Any corner, just make sure it's from a distance.
From a distance, wouldn't it be better framed if...
It'll look like shaky cam found footage. It's more legit that way.
My hands do not shake, but I'll try.
What are you doing?
Making you a drink, obviously.
That's quite the treat. Why?
Because we've got some heavy shit to discuss.
Oh! Oh! We've got the sexy drink mixing CG. For all the Diamante fans out there. He gets cool poses, yeah! Ladies, step aside. This CG is for the guys. He does deserve fans, it's true.
What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah?
Kick it under the fridge.
Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail.
Hang on, you taught her that? Is she kicking crushed ice under the fridge at home?
There's a drain under there.
Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floor.
Half a lime, juiced. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now, you're the lawyer and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white, toss the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case...
Put it in the bowl in the fridge.
It seems to me like you're approaching the shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Orchid. If a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore.
I don't know how to pronounce this. What is this, orchid? How do you say this? Did I say that remotely right? Probably not, right? I don't know anything about drinks.
You need to consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Sosuke.
I told you they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that.
Whiskey, black label or higher.
And then shake the hell out of it.
Word of mouth can be deadly down there at the fog. I saw her leaving the building can easily become I saw her running away.
If someone wanted to get me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it.
Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for a garnish with charred cinnamon for smoky ambiance. Serve immediately.
I think it's like orgeat? Oh, okay. Maybe. Sarah does love learning. It's wonderful. She's having so much fun with this. Orgeat. Oh, that makes way more sense, actually. Again.
A bitter blessing.
Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing, no?
You want me to toss it out?
Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Ryan. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist.
I hope you're right.
I am.
You won't know you're wrong until it's too late.
A syrup made with almonds and sugar and rose water or orange flower water. Oh, okay.
Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah?
Yes, boss.
Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it, for God.
One last thing. Apparently Sosuke's captor talked about some kind of huntsman.
If the Little Lord's an urban legend, the huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orc is shooting the shit around, burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves.
Alright, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but...
Oh, they're very real.
Pardon?
Huntsmen. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real.
You just said they're boogeymen.
Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary.
Are they some sort of assassin? Like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom?
Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill down your spine one night on your way home from work, go to sleep. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face, choking the life out of you. Well, he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where the blue bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take full advantage of.
Well... I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke.
Why, so Sosuke can start writing his will?
I wouldn't bet against him, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are myths, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I'd kill anyone else. With pleasure. Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you.
What, kind of recommendation?
A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight.
Oh. What are you looking for?
Well, it's, not for me, but... How much do you know about host clubs? Interesting. Okay. Alright. I don't want to push myself too long tonight. Oh man, it's Reyes. Yeah, I feel like this is a good stopping point, right? On the whole, well, it was. Shouldn't have clicked. I didn't! I didn't, it just opened to this. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. If only they had done like a scene title thing. But whatever. I think I should probably stop for tonight. It's very funny. It's very funny that we're gonna be opening on Reyes swearing. Omnicorp, why would you say that? Omnicorp, why would you say that? You also want this to be good. Yeah, she'll only be a little mad, I guess. We gotta go back to the title now. Wait, I saved, right? I did save, I know. I'm saving again, though. Thank you everybody for hanging out and watching and such. I wonder if I can finish next time. I'd like to be able to finish next time. It will likely be either tomorrow night or Sunday night. More likely Sunday night. Okay? Alright, everybody? When I return for more Morgan, that is. Ideally, we finish this before New Year's, obviously, right? Because I've got stuff. I got stuff for New Year's, right? We're gonna be doing something on New Year's. We all know about my New Year's plans, don't we? And I'd like to wrap this up before then. So yeah, tomorrow or Sunday. And assumedly I will also stream on Tuesday, and then also streaming on New Year's Eve, that being Wednesday. So let's find somewhere for you all to go. Excuse me. You know, I don't get to raid Digi a lot. So I'm gonna send you to Digital Basic. I have no idea what this is I'm looking at on their stream, but I'm sure it'll be awesome. You go say hi, be nice, have fun, and I will see y'all next time. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. See y'all later. Bye, buddy, bye.